grab my sandwich, and then we're gonna dive back into Crypt Abbey. Back in a minute. All right, I return. I gave this cat some more food. He's still meowing at me. Also, guess what? I got a notification on my phone saying that I may have been exposed to COVID-19. Apparently, I was in close proximity to somebody who was tested positive. Thanks to my... But... I'm okay. Somebody just tested positive. I passed by them on the 6th. So... And I went grocery shopping that day. Probably when I went down to the grocery store. Sure, it's not an issue. Also, Bamboozler, have you tried Rift Wizard? Because that's a neat game. Also, this doesn't have much to do with anything, but I think this week is like maybe the slowest week for chat activity I've had this year. Wake me up when the summer ends, please. Bloody well tired of it. All right, let's poke back into our community fortress. So if you're out there and you're lurking and you would like a dwarf, I can give you a dwarf. The last time we were in this fort, we just got done with a rather big fight. So we're kind of... Are they hauling boulders? Oh, they're reloading. Are they storing items in stockpiles? Oh, I know what they're doing. They're putting the boulders down there. What are you in this fort? Yeah, I know Eli wants a dwarf. War merchant. What is war merchant? You're an administrator. You're a military dwarf. And freeways would also be a military dwarf. I would think. Unless freeways died. Possible. I don't see a freeways. Anyway, Eli, what kind of dwarf would you like? Any preferences? But yeah, so we are cleaning up after a fight. We had a rather large fight happen relatively recently, and we're just kind of cleaning up after it, trying to get all of the corpses removed. Fortunately for us, there isn't too much left. There is a giant olm fighting with my animals, though, which kind of sucks because it just killed a pig. Sending my bunch of my military in to kill the giant olm. Then we'll do a an overview of the fort. There you go. All right, let's just do a quick overview for those of you who haven't seen this fort. So this is the community world. If you would like to play this exact embark, it is set to start on the world that is linked in that Reddit thread that I linked about 10 minutes ago. While everybody was lurking. If you would like to download that save and play it, do what you want with it, you're absolutely free to. If you want to do the same embark that I'm on right now, which is a half resurrecting biome, you can do that. If you don't want to do that, that's also fine. You could start an adventure, just explore legends, do whatever, really. We are working on a secondary entrance over there on the right. But the main entrance over on the left is still kind of our trading area, which will be technically our third entrance into the fort. Excuse me, into the fort. As we fly down, we kind of have like this spiral staircase that goes all the way down, as well as kind of the other entrance. This is where our bronze colossus is kept. It's very, very cozy in there. This is kind of where we train the military in the middle, and then over on the right is the library. Down on the left is the prison, where we have a goblin named Samitsu, who is currently in a berserk rage and has been for some time. Down here, we have all of our bedrooms, as well as our entry hall, where there is many teeth on the ground and many stonefall traps, which we are working on. Down beneath that is where I'm going to find out if Freeways is dead. And Eli, if you would like a dwarf, you got to tell me, like, what kind of dwarf do you want? Any preferences whatsoever? In fact, I think I may have already found it. Is that it? F? That's fine. I guess it would have to be like a named thing.
Oh, hey, it's time.
Time to sing a song. Welcome and thanks. Welcome back, dude. Hey, good news. I'll have my record player back in Mental Break one. I can't give you that one because I can't name that one because they're not technically a part of my fort. Because they are in a berserk rage, and someone who's in a berserk rage cannot be named. Yeah, I don't see you in here, Freeways. So if you were ever in this fort, that's news to me. A chef. I could give you a chef. How's your heart doing, Soaps? Any news in that regard? I hope that you're doing okay, and I hope everything is going well. Sure, we can give you this dwarf. Also, you never really want to be the one in the berserk rage, because the one in the berserk rage is going to live, like, sometime in the next 10 days is when I get the record player back. They're rebuilding the whole mech inside of it. All 3 switches need to be replaced. One of them was completely dead. The other 2 are about to go. They're completely corroded on the inside. So Eli, the dwarf, has killed 5 humans in Pageburg. Feels satisfied at work, but didn't feel anything after seeing a troglodyte's dead body, but was uneasy dwelling upon seeing a goblin's dead body. Didn't feel anything after seeing a dog's dead body. I mean, no. That's not how Dwarf Fortress works. Eli? Five times due to high heart rate, or 150 or higher? 5 times this week. Why do they let you leave? Good luck, man. personally views competition as a crucial driving force in the world and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. He dreams of creating a great work of art. He is rarely jealous or stubborn, and he finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He does not often feel lustful, and he generally acts impartially, and is rarely moved to mercy. Does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he tends to think before acting. He has a greedy streak, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he's focused with satisfied needs. He likes jet, bronze, and topaz. Bilu leather, and beak dog bone. Oopsies, that's the wrong button. That's the right one. Currently, you're rendering fat. Because if it drops for 80, but it's not... Gotcha. Stray llama has been found starved to death. Well... I mean... Apparently there's llamas running around that need to be in my, pastures. Go pasture those. Apparently. I have an Etten in a cage? We're doing that. Must have. Alpaca, horse. Key. Wild boar. Tame boar. How's the PC holding up? It's holding up great. Had any problems with it? Had some weird audio issues, but I think that's software related. Actually, I'm certain it's software related. Been rather bothersome the past few weeks. Yeah, we have an imprisoned goblin, a bronze colossus, and an Etten. Right, yes, we had the Etten. We were going to try and release the Etten and the dwarf directly at the invading force, but we weren't able to because time didn't allow. All right, so we're going to lock this door right here and pull that lever. Yeah, no, it's been holding up great. Thanks again. Oh, boy. They just started. Where is it on the map? I don't actually see. I do see one of my dwarves. Ah, okay. Someone's in trouble here. The werecamel Zin Generosmic has come. A very large camel twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow lime. Its dark brown hair is unkept. You will know why you fear. All right, well, it's down there. Adil, the administrator, who's a legendary swords dwarf, going to go pick up equipment. We also have Obok, the farmer, who's gathering plants. I think I'm going to put all the dwarves into underground and turn off job cancellation. See where this thing goes. The N at the center of the screen. If it gets into contact with that... Moses the Butcher has been found dead. What? There was no combat. Was there? The hell killed Moses? Old age, maybe? Alright, sure. This thing is chasing one of my dwarves. The Bone Carver has seen it, overcome by terror. It's running after the Bone Carver. Getting into contact. Killed the Bone Carver. It's running down the entry hall. And is turned back into a human because the full moon has ended. And I'm going to send my whole force in to go fight this thing. Assuming I can. Do it in time. Also gonna turn off the burrow. You will be unpaid? That sucks. Fuck that shit, man. Hey, you should fight the Union for that. The human got away. We did lose one dwarf to that. It's unfortunate, but at least it was just one. Not even a named dwarf. Shoutouts to the giraffes just walking around our current entry hall. Let's unforbid all of these entrants. So what's the plan going forward then? Soaps, just stay home and try and stay healthy? And dwarves go back to work. Plenty of Goblinite has been delivered, which is good. You have savings, but it won't last forever. No, I understand that. Hey, at least you are pretty vigilant about saving, unlike a lot of people out there, right? You know, a lot of people don't worry too much about saving. It's not something that a lot of people prioritize super heavily, and I once had an ad pop up in the background that just made the Switch sound. That's all it did, was click. And that was enough to claim the whole VOD. Interrupted by giant olms. And these giant olms, please stop invading my fortress. It's getting very old. Like, they're seemingly everywhere. Perfectly disguised as tree trunks. Well, hopefully you have enough to hang out, at least until you can deal with the Union problems. Because, man, that sucks. Ever since your post on Discord, I've been kind of worried about you. But it's good to hear that things are kind of dealing with themselves. Lots of meat being brought upstairs. Holy fuck. You have so much meat in this fortress. Do you think it's going to take that long before you're employed again? Okay, so I've got a good amount of stuff that's now set to be melted. Melt, metal object. We'll set that to 0. How many bars do I have? Charcoal specifically. Not much. Okay, I gotta make some charcoal. Should have plenty of wood. Just in case. Yeah. I think like if my income went to 0, I'd have enough for 7 months rent. Which is not bad, actually. All things considered. Cancels the eat item, inaccessible. Somebody's fighting over food. I should stop that, dwarves. Cool. All of those meltable items are being brought down here, which is good. Well, do you see yourself getting your old employment back, Stopes? Or is that just out of the question at this point? They're just unsure if you need a transplant first? Yeah. Well, I mean, you need to be dependable, right? In order to be a heart surgeon, you need to be dependable. If you're in a very unstable state, that's concerning for them, right? I guess I kind of see it, but at the same time, on the flip side, I really hope that that gets fixed. But you become stable again. Blood, the manager is throwing a tantrum. Uh-oh. He seems to have already snapped out of it. I don't see any disorderly conduct claims. Yeah, go get some sleep, Blood. This is one of my first dwarves in this fort. You know, you're an important dwarf, Blood. I don't want to lose you. Take you off of hauling. We're just going to let you go do furnace operating and metal crafting. And maybe weaponsmithing too, because you like metals. I just want this dwarf to go be happy. Let's follow this dwarf and see what he does. If your pills work, you should be fine. Well, that's good. Hopefully you find pills that work. Also, this little G up here, Squug, is the Goblin Lord Consort from one of my previous videos. You grab a metal object. What object? An iron shield. Oh shit! Kib the Milker has been taken by a Fey Mood. Oh no, not a Fey Mood, a possession. We're gonna go for a Craftsdwarf shop, I would think. Yep, Craftsdwarf shop. Or even savings. I mean, if PayPal errored out a couple more times, I would have sent you $200. So for those of you who don't know, I pay Cooler for the artwork he does for me, right? I tried to send Cooler $50 for art, and PayPal just gave me a big ol' error. Like, literally, like, it just kind of spun for, like, a minute and then just said error. And so I waited a couple minutes and checked my email, and it didn't say that I'd sent money, and so I was like, fuck it. So I sent Cooler another 50 bucks. And I get a notification that, about that it was sent, like, almost immediately. I was like, oh, sweet, perfect, got through. I sit down on my couch to, like, watch some Netflix, and, then I get an email, my phone goes off, and I look at my phone, and it says, you've sent $50 twice. And I'm like, so PayPal aired out, and sent Cooler 50 bucks twice, and he just sends me a DM and saying, what did you do? I'm like, what? And he's just like, he has to, Cooler had to change his PayPal password because of suspicious activity. His PayPal aired out and sent him money twice. And then he refunded 50 bucks. But yeah, if PayPal aired out in other times, Cooler would have had $200 in savings. Coffee wood logs ×2, as well as another type of wood. Some raw green glass, iron bars, alpaca wool cloth. Any bets on what this dwarf makes? It's a crafts dwarf show. Let's follow blood for a little bit. We can cheer this dwarf up. That's kind of our mission for the next little bit, is to cheer this dwarf up. Make this dwarf happy. So chat room, somebody threw out an idea. Not really an idea, but kind of a possible idea for something to do. And that's do a millennium fort. So have a fort that lasts a millennia. That's something you guys would be interested in watching. Basically, make a fort that lasts for 1,000 years. In game. I think the longest fort that I've ever done was about 40 years. Yeah, but $200, like for me saying putting $200 in savings versus Cooler putting $200 in savings, like the value there is completely different because, so the value of money is relevant to where you are located, right? I could do it. Goats, hey Goats, how you doing? I mean, it's not a matter of whether or not I could do it. It's a matter of whether or not it would get boring. That's my concern. I think if I were to do it, I would do it in its own world, and I would do it separately from the other two and only play it once or twice a week, because I would get bored of it. That's the problem. A session of D&D? Sounds like a good weekend. How's your Saturday been, Goats? Aside from D&D. It is pretty ambitious, yeah. I'd have to start it and do like the first 500 years as very low population, I think. But anyway. Kib the Milker has created Atoll Latzul Alod Ardes, an Acadia cup, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Moses Glazorgans. Cup. A cup! He makes us like, oh wow, it's worth 26,400. This is an Acadia wood cup. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of Acadia coffee wood and cushioned granite cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of green glass, iron, alpaca wool, dog leather, and ale. And the item is an image of the crazed contingencies. The bronze shield, coffee wood. On the item is an image of night monster. $48 cubic meters of water this month. Oh no! That's... They bill you by cubic meters. Interesting. I don't even get billed for water. My building gets billed. So I don't pay for water usage. I pay for power, which is also water. Or hydroelectric. Also, investments are open. Well, I mean, it's just a cup. But it's a nice cup. So I think we're going to put it up in our tavern. Seems fitting. Also, I need a chain. Iron chain. Like one iron chain. I'm going to put it in the tavern and put a dog in the tavern. So that if somebody tries to steal that artifact, they can't. Something that I've learned is, like, after fights, it's very important that you deal with the corpses before you deal with anything else. Deal with the corpses and then deal with the bones and the bits and the pieces and the refuse. Because the corpses are what actually cause negative moods. Just pulling this lever real quick so we crush the bodies that are causing the asthma. Our bridge is back up. And open that back up. And now they can go back to hauling all of the crap out. How's blood doing? Still melting a metal object. Satisfied at work. Dejected after dwelling upon lack of decent. Are we making meals? Because, like, don't I have thousands of meals? Yeah, 1,430 prepared meals. Lots of biscuits. Lots of roasts. Lots of pig meat. Cheese roasts. Cassava roasts. Cherry roast. Who do you want in particular, Dwarf? Oh, right. Our dwarf friend here prefers to consume floating guts. I know what that is, but good luck finding and preparing the rare delicacy of floating fucking guts. I'm not impressed, Dwarf. One of the more difficult things to deal with. It's like, oh, Dwarf is depressed. Why is Dwarf depressed? Dwarf wants very, 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 very specific food item. It's like, what do you want me to do, game? I'm sure it would taste like liver. Floating guts. That's probably what it would taste like. Like any kind of internal organ that people can consume. Should be in the third tier caverns? Yes, no, they should. But I've dug down to the third tier caverns in this world before. Not found anything. Actually, have I done that in this world yet? Might have. I think I've only dug down to the first one. No, only the second tier. Forged that iron chain. There's a dwarf corpse coming in. Need to make sure that that gets... Okay, that's getting dumped. Is that one of my dwarves? Oh, hey, it's Kvutch. Don't dump that. Should put that in a tomb. Let's just make sure there's a free tomb. There might not be. So there is a few. Quite a few, actually. Means Quatch should be memorialized, hopefully. Hopefully? There you go. Sweet. Yeah, exactly. Floating guts would be like liver or sausage, probably. Actually, floating guts is probably just like dwarven haggis. You know, it's like, what do you do with the floating guts? Well, you kill the floating gut, right? And then you stuff the floating guts inside of the floating guts. It's like dwarven delicacy. Levitating sausage. Where does it levitate? Straight into your mouth. I mean, that's where I would want sausage to levitate to, straight inside my num. Who wouldn't want that? All right, since I've got all of the smelters and furnaces built on the lower level, I can actually get rid of these. Oh no! Blood has fallen into depression after seeing Quatch's dead body. God damn it. Snap out of it, Blood. Come on, buddy. Hang in there, Dwarf. Need you to stay alive. You're one of my original 7. How old are you? You're only 43 years old. Come on, Dwarf. Frequently depressed after being nauseated by the sun. He is incredibly calm. He finds humor in most situations. It's tough to deal with. Very tough to deal with. So today, probably, chat room, we're going to hit 1.1 million views on the channel. We're currently at 1.99. Or 1.099. There you go. Which means 2020 has been good for some things. 2020, of course, being the year that we hit 1 million views on the channel. The Undead Albatross. Skunk Purge, you're gonna train up here. So all my military is getting back to training now. Could also put artifacts up here, so that if anybody tries to steal artifacts, they'll immediately be decapitated. Really hope there wasn't any areas that I needed to finish. Defense Treasury. Should rename these. So the Craftsdwarfs Guild could be the first adjective. Let's go. Looking for a good adjective. The Creepy Guild. False, ever-seeing, domestic, doomed, flowery, foggy, fragile. Helmed, hateful, handy. Ooh, handy. That'll work. The Handy Guild. The Craftsdwarf's Guild. And the Earth of Moths, which is the Guild of Creatures. Interesting name. It's my Ranger Guild. The Guild of Moths. Hungry, uninspiring, living, hopeful, mischievous, learned, shattered, faded, turquoise, vermilion, Prusse, Alcure, mint, cinnamon, cobalt, indigo, pink, scarlet, tan. Let's go with tan. The Tan Guild. We got the Handy Guild and the Tan Guild. Rest are all. Oh, we've also got the Farmers Guild. Let's rename that something that I can keep track of. Farm of Breaching. First advocate, adjective. The natural farm. Natural Ageless Farm. Farmer Guildhall. Totally not to be confused with an unnatural ageless farm. Completely different thing. If anybody would like a dwarf in this fortress as well, please do let me know. And also, if you ever want to commission some artwork, you can help Cooler build up a savings. And ask Cooler_SK in chat for artwork. He's done quite a few commissions for people who hang around this stream, including doing all of the emotes for my cousin, and a bunch of emotes for me, and all of the art that you see on this channel. And also all of my thumbnails. Shoutouts to this elf who's dumping a Bosa's mutilated corpse. I'm not sure who Bosa was. Looks like a cave troll. Probably some sort of probably some sort of troll that attacked us as part of that goblin assault. Would be my best guess. How's Blood doing? We're socializing. Shoutouts to that elk bird just like running around the fort. Just flapping about. Was accepting, retching a miasma, didn't feel anything after lack of decent meals. I've been preying on the subject of war, he says. Wondering if how long this dwarf's gonna sit here and socialize for. Well, maybe it's time to retire Blood as the manager of the fort. He's just too mentally unstable now. Which is unfortunate, but you know, let's promote Bembul. The fish dissector. But I think I will still keep Blood around. Blood can still have the job that Blood has had up until now. And I will simply give our new manager a chair in Blood's office. Consider it kind of like an apprenticeship. Feels old manager. Old managers tend to have a hard time. Although currently we're trying to make our goblin leader into a baron. It's kind of the current goal for the fort. What time of year is it? It's midwinter. Got some time before traders arrive. Whoa, frame rate just got bad. And then it picked up again. Happens sometimes. Weird when that happens. Particularly large number of people are pathing somewhere specific. I'm actually kind of shocked and impressed that this fortress is as stable as it considered. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a weirdly quiet day. We're in the middle of the slow season. A bunch of owned items. Just really hoping that this dwarf remains happy. Or alternatively becomes happy again. Having one dwarf running around that's just depressed all the time is difficult. Are there any unbedroomed? Manager doesn't actually. My newly appointed manager. You're not a vampire. Yeah, just doesn't have a bedroom. All right, Bemble. Good. To a bedroom. Manager. Yeah, no, it looks like all the beds are claimed. Yeah, well, let's make a couple more bedrooms then. They don't have to be particularly opulent. They just have to be functional. And thank you to those of you out there who are hanging out and lurking. Cheers, guys. I'm actually curious, what's everybody out there been playing recently? I know that Factorio came out of early access recently and setting the world on fire a little bit, but I feel like every game just came out of early access this past week, so what's everybody been up to, gaming-wise? I'm seeing more and more people estimating that the Steam Dwarf Fortress version is going to be out this year. People are starting to actually believe me when I say that. I don't think it'll be out as soon as some people are saying, but I think it'll be out before. Is one of these things is not like the other. How is Bannerlord right now? The game was super buggy when I first played it, but it looks like the number of people streaming it has dropped a little bit, so I may actually be able to compete with that. Like actually something I could theoretically look into doing. It's not a game I really could stream that first week, even though I kind of tried. It's just my humble stream couldn't compete. Is all. Modded Dwarf Fortress? How modded? DCSS? What's brought you to DCSS these days? I've been playing a little bit of Rift Wizard off stream. I played it for a couple. That game is really fucking. Oh no, Engraver that's throwing a tantrum. Don't see you around though. Oh, stopped tantruming. Nope, still tantruming. I'm actually kind of shocked that we haven't had... Oh, I was just asking what brought you to DCSS currently. If there's any particular goal you have, or if you've just been kind of nonstop playing DCSS forever. Ooh, I think that was a crime. Did you just go punch a peacock? What did you do? Oh, no, never mind. Rundle that was fighting previously. Gonna go attend a meeting and then you're gonna go detail floor. The hell of a lot of cleanup we gotta do. I love the elf carrying the elf corpse. Or is that an eagle corpse? I think it's probably an undead. How long is a successful run of DCSS? Because I've never finished it. One of those games that's like I've looked at for years and tried a couple times, but never really got into. There's a pretty good thread on /r roguelikes the other day about attempting to beat Adom without spoilers. And like the pretty general consensus I've seen is it takes about 14 years for most people to beat it without spoilers of playing the game consistently. Like, yeah, that's why I never finished Adom. I got pretty far into Adom with spoilers, but... Shortest is 4 hours? That's not too bad. Actually pretty doable. Oh no! Blood slipped back into depression. Come on, Blood, hang in there. Well, that's the wrong person. That's a planter. Blood, you. Is it really just a lack of decent meals for two? Ugh. You want to pray to Dur Roaston slots. You've been away from family, been away from friends. How many friends do you have? Oh. None. Well, that's not helping. At least it doesn't crash when you go to bandit camps. Yeah, I mean, I ran into a lot of bugs really early on in that game. Although I'm not particularly good at Bannerlord. Yeah, no, it seems like almost everybody's stopped streaming it. Means I guess it's finally at a point where I could actually stream it if I want. But hold up, because the Forgotten Beast, Childish Conbino, has come. That's not what it says. Conibo has come. An enormous feathered six-legged squirrel. It belches and croaks, and its purple-topped feathers are long and broad. Beware its poisonous gas. Screenshot this for Discord. Beware its poisonous gas. Any bets on casualty counts for this? Wait, okay, so this is actually in the lower layer. Holy fuck, that thing is quick. I don't actually think it can get to us. Because I know that I did dig down to this layer. But I want to say it's sealed off. Yeah, it's sealed off. This thing can't actually get to it. But of course we must fight it. Of course we must. Our military must be tested. Might as well explore the lower layer too. Although I might just set it up so that it can be sealed. Yeah, I think I'll do that in advance. Seems wise, you know? Oh, hey, we've struck some amethyst. It's pretty. Make that out of quartzite blocks. Hey chat, you know, I've mentioned this a couple times today. We're being real lurky today, which is okay. But can I just, if you're listening to the stream, can you just type in the word beer? Let's see how many beers we can get. This squirrel must be able to hear us because it's already like running around this area. You can hear us scraping through the walls. Cheers, guys. Now I need a dwarf to come and construct that. Make sure that you have masonry. Apparently, like, all my masons are dead. Apparently. To mostly be break time for my... He's got to be constructing this frickin' thing. Give them a little bit to actually get it built. The dwarves do need a break. Whoa! Someone didn't take too well to the cleanup of corpses. If you're still a functional dwarf, I'm going to remove you from hauling of everything. Same with you. We'll slowly weed out the dwarves that can't handle hauling corpses. Slowly. Pull that lever and then pull it again. Wouldn't that have just like opened it? Interesting. If you just like pull it and then immediately pull it again. Doesn't. Interesting. Let's open. It looks like we're finally done, or almost done, hauling corpses in, which is great. That's such a long period of time it took. Also open up that lever. Open the trading door, because we'll be getting traders pretty soonish, I think. I want to say the humans are going to come trade with us. As always, if anybody would like a dwarf, just let me know. Needs architecture. Do I not have architecture? Guess not. So Kibbs loves his job. We must be ready to sacrifice when the time comes. Kibbs, I'm giving you a site. Oh, actually, let's give our broker this job. I need somebody to go do architecture for me. Although the socializing appears to be good for you. Actually, the socializing seems to be good for a lot of them. Although if anybody decides to tantrum, now would be a bad time. If we'll get any dancing. Lots of stories being told. How's the library doing? Decently busy. There's a duck wandering around. Military is still training. As they bloody well should be. What do you have equipped? A steel shield and a steel short sword. I like to see. Really seeing anybody melting metal objects. Lots of stuff set to be melted. Am I out of charcoal? Or actually, I know what the problem is. Blast furnace, blast furnace, blast furnace. Okay, so I thought that I had smelter here and a wood furnace, but apparently I don't. Just, I also don't have a forge. Fudge that up. Isn't there a separate option for refuse hauling? Yeah, there is, but I just, when they're super depressed like that, I just remove them from all hauling. Because hauling doesn't give them any kind of satisfied at work moods, and then I give them a crafting job to try and, like, fix them. So yeah, I could just remove them specifically from dumping items and refuse hauling and corpse hauling, but I generally just remove them entirely from hauling so they can just go do crafts and extracurricular activities and make armor or do whatever they want to do that makes them happy. I just find that to be kind of the most effective way to fix dwarves. Or they just go and henchmen fucking die. Why, Cooler, would you just remove them from refuse hauling? Also, a cat appears to have died of old age. R.I.P. Not my cat, God forbid. Really? Oh, you're just depressed. Sucks, man. Kind of hoping that I'll see stuff gets sorted. I've got so many items that need to be melted. So many. Also kind of annoying that they can't use wheelbarrows to fill stonefall traps. Speaking of annoying, a vile force of darkness has arrived. From the same place as last time. Oh, they do have iron breastplates. Arrow immortality. A well-designed image of a macadamia tree and an image of is a symbol of the immortality of gloom, a goblin civilization. It's made from large rat bone. That's interesting. I mean, you might just be behind. Like play and pause and you'll catch up. It's the immortality of gloom again. He pulls the last siege. Well, my dwarves need a break, so we might just choose to wait this one out. Keep that door locked. That door and that door. Hello, Ryan. How are you? And pull this lever. And turn off all. The job errors. And we just let them come inside. Quite a lot of invaders once again. Make sure you don't miss the race tomorrow. Why don't you just like get up early, you know? I still don't have the what's it called? Proper door set up down here. Although, fortunately for me, I can release an Etten on them. I don't think it'll be particularly effective, but... Uh-oh, I've got a dwarf tantruming. Oh no, it's Kibbs the cook. Ooh, beat the crap out of a child. Oh, he's still beating him. Who are you beating? He's beating the shit out of Ryan. Why would you do that? Oh God, make it stop. Oh, he beat the child to death. God, man. Holy shit. Please tell me that gets reported to the cops. Rhinestone, you're just in time to watch your dwarf get beaten to death by Kibbs and Britches. Still tantruming. That's impressive, Taiga. That child was a good child. Did not misbehave. Beat him to death with a steel crossbow. Literally just like whacked him to death with a steel crossbow. Kibbs and Britches is gonna pop in the chat and be like, yo, what's up, guys? And Ryan's just gonna be like, fuck you! Fuck you and the fact that you listen to my podcast. Ah! Interesting. Interesting. The crime that Rhinestone was accused of, or that Kibbs was accused of, was injuring goats, not for murdering Rhinestone. Ryan the Dwarven child was fine, but apparently there was no witnesses to that murder. He was just mysteriously found dead, beaten to death by a crossbow. Nobody's reported that crime. Interesting. Where them gobos at? There they is. How are you alive? Let's find out, goats. You're reciting poetry currently. You were satisfied upon receiving justice through a criminal's conviction. Yeah. You're just reciting poetry. But we're about to have another fight. Although it's going to take them gobs a little bit to get into the fort because of how long it takes to walk down this really, really long stairway. Oh, look, they're all mounted. They're riding beak dogs. Party mode? You're going to have to explain what party mode means. I think after this fight, I'm going to have to take the fight to the goblins. I'm going to start invading them. This is their third major siege on us. We only just finished cleaning up after the last one. So how big is this invasion? Oh, kind of tiny. Wow, all right. So the last invasion was like 250 goblins. This one is a very small squad of mounted goblins. Yeah, they brought plenty of iron. Well, they're wearing iron breastplates and copper weapons. Huh. Party mode. So he means party as in like moving super speedy? Interesting. Dog fighting because they're tripping on boulders and stuff. I'm going to see if I can do this without actually sending in my soldiers. So I'm just going to let them run through the trap. Oh, they're leaving. Is that the end of the siege? Maybe, actually. I don't really want to fight them if I don't have to. We just got done cleaning up a lot of corpses. Yeah, it looks like they're leaving. Although all of these trolls are over here trying to break a door. I'm just gonna go tell them to go wait there and we'll murder them on their way out. Yeah, they lost a bunch of their beak dogs and they're just peacing out. Did you watch qualifying this morning, Ryan? Because I super slept through it. Also, if you haven't seen it yet, chat, put up a new Today in Dwarf Fortress video this morning. We premiered it on stream at the start of the stream. Literally woke up maybe 20 minutes ago. God. And there goes a fight. As we slaughter all of those trolls. Almost immediately. That was an easy fight. And everybody heads back inside. I don't particularly like Perez, so eh. I've also been rewatching there you go. It looks like those stone traps kind of scared them off, or stone fall traps. But still, that's enough of them attacking us. I think it's time for us to go fight the immortality of gloom. Huh. That's interesting. Big old notifications pop up. Hey, I learned. Hey, Lump. There you go. There's some dark goblin pits. Let's go send in a bunch of the military. Let's go raid those goblin swine. While the rest of the dwarves get a bit of a break. Kind of startled me when that popped up at the top of the stream. It's like, what's that? There's miasma. Whoa! Oh, there's a dead cat in the library. Just go to corpses real quick. Get them to dump them all. Really interesting. They were new as of yesterday. You can actually turn them off if you don't want them. Very easily via the overlay. You can also move them around and resize them and change the font and make them Comic Sans if you're a horrible human being. What's happening? I'm invading the goblins because they keep invading me. But Adam, the child, is making an artifact. We had a murder in the fort very recently. Ooh. Another account of disorderly conduct. Hey! Never mind. Still not the one that was murdered, though. Kibbs and Britches murdered Rhinestone, the child, which is very unfortunate. Beat him to death. I said RIP. Or IP, yes, it's... Yes, we've been having some chuckles. I am very bland. Thank you very much for that, Dr. Beatcake. I hope that you're well. Also, good news to anybody who's just tuning in. I will have the record player back sometime in the next 10 days. Also, there's a new Today in Dwarf Fortress video up and a Reddit thread for today's stream. Also, lastly, as far as the record player goes, it's going to cost more than I expected and more than I wanted to pay. But they're also completely disassembling and reassembling and cleaning the interior mechanism. So instead of it being like just kind of cleaned, they're actually like literally rebuilding the whole mech on the inside to replace all 3 switches, which are, one of them is completely dead and then 2 of them are mostly dead, so they need a bunch of parts. So getting the whole thing fixed, but it'll be like new when I get it back, which is gonna be... They're also apparently refinishing the brushed plastic covering for it. Where the heck are you going there, child? Looks like you're going up. Why are you going up? All right. Yeah, right, Dorfberger? I'm gonna have so many records to play, it's not even fun. So a large portion of the revenue right now is going towards paying off this camera, as well as getting the record player fixed. Oh, hey, they're back already. Mission report. They slipped into hell clouds undetected by the dread of harvesting of the immortality of gloom. We stole stuff. Limestone coffer, cave spider silk rope, silver battle axe, steel toy axe, a cave crocodile own oddsteg. We stole 2 instruments, as well as a buttload of beak dogs. Well, I hope beak dogs are tasty. Let's actually go kill it this time. This one. And, details. Try and openly attack them. Good luck, dwarves. Optics, thanks for the $5.
Record player funds.
Yay! Thanks, man. Can I get a round of beers in chat for the $5? For the record player. We're gonna record all the players. Oh shit, Edom has begun a mysterious construction, that child. What all did you grab? You were taking forever. Her key, cut fire opals, copper bars, red spinels, horse leather, slate blocks, granite, and boar bone. At a craft store shop. Hopefully it's a good one. I'm hoping for all the best. Hibbs, how are you doing up there in prison? Harrowed by the nightmare that is her tragic life. Although she is oblivious to reality, feels repentant after being confined, and pleasure near a fine bed. But restless after the lack of abstract thinking. What abstract thinking, eh? Well, when you come out of prison, which won't be too long, we're going to give you a position of scholar at the Home of Rocks. How long are you in prison for, Kibbs? 13 more days. That's not a very long prison sentence. Considering you murdered a child! But when this dwarf comes out of prison, they're going to be a scholar, and we're going to hope that they just go do scholarly things. Maybe write a book about the time they murdered a child. You know, I think that we should probably just lock this door, because I've just got this permanently berserk goblin in here. But we would have had some awesome graphics already otherwise. I mean, there are some awesome graphics. I mean, I don't disagree, but I'm also happy that Dwarf Fortress isn't open source. Also, my frame rate just went clusterfuck. Because I locked this door. Interesting. Locking that door breaks the frame rate. Fascinating. Let's also open up that door over there. It would be cool if it was more streamlined, but it makes sense to me why it's not. Get all of that animal fat out of there. A lot of that in there. Adam the Dwarven Child has created Eskeltazat Edod, a pig bone coffin, and offers it to the Coastal Guild. Worth 52,800. This is a pig bone coffin. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular granite cabochons and oval-cut fire opals, and studded with copper and encrusted with bands of pig bone. and round granite cabochon, and horse leather, and briolette cut red spinels. On the item is an image of dwarves in pig bone. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Diamond Ways, the gates of sailing, of the vessel of artifice in the year 145. On the item is an image of Glad Winnowed, a quartzite figurine of Shorthast gold up here, the speechless fall in slate. I think that this should be placed in here and dedicated to our goblin. Did I put the right thing there? There it is. Yeah, no, I completely agree that it's janky, but it's like, what are you gonna do, right? Like, I'm glad that Dwarf Fortress is an open source, and I know I'm kind of alone in that. But my problem with open source games is there's a very wild lack of direction. Like, when I talk about an open source game and say, this game is super bloated features-wise, and then a lot of people will just automatically ignore me and just disagree. But I like direction, you know? It's the reason I'm super happy that Caves of Cut exists and isn't open source. Because it's a very well thought out, planned, designed game. I'd much rather play an extremely well developed, thought out, planned, and designed game over something that's open source and has wild forks that just go in every which direction. Even if there's a official or original fork, it completely muddies and splits the community and kind of destroys any continuity that you'd ever have. And I realize that probably at some point in the future, Dwarf Fortress will probably be in some form of open source. I realize that. It's probably going to go that way eventually, but I personally really enjoy having a design game made by Tarn for as long as possible. And I realize I'm kind of alone in that opinion. Look at all these beak dogs walking into the fort. Jeez. Beat the children. It'll be just like elementary school. Goats. Also, thank you very much to everybody who's left comments on the Today in Dwarf Fortress. Those videos are dastardly difficult to promote and convince people to watch, so I'm really happy when they get any kind of appreciation. Also, investments are open. If you wish to invest your tickets. Is Kibbs out of prison yet? Even though Rhinestone said to kill Kibbs. Yep. Just was let out of prison. Going to go clean himself. Wait, what? Oh, you're being carried. Was taken to hospital. How badly injured were you? Probably beaten within an inch of his life. Yep. Yep. Hey, Joopy. Yes, but it would. Because if Dwarf Fortress is open source, it would take a little bit. But you would very much end up with forks that do nothing but split the community. And then you'd have a portion of the community basically state that this version is the only version that they're willing to play, and then Tarn will put out an official update, and then they'll grow apart. And what will happen when they begin to grow apart is people will want to support the other version, that they like more, whereas another portion of people will want to support the original. That'll cause rifts in the community. Things will go in different directions, and it would destroy the game, as I see it. You can see captions from my stream when not watching me. Where are you seeing the captions? Red Gibbs die, god damn. I understand that you have a bid out against Kibbs. However, he only allegedly killed you. You have no proof that he killed you. On your stream? Like right now? Do other people see my captions on your stream? Hold on a second. That what? Probably from the hosting. Like, were you auto-hosting me? Because I don't see them. I'm looking at your stream right now, Curtonium. That is spooky. Huh. I'm gonna disable these captions, so I don't fuck with literally everybody that hosts me. That is way too funny. But yeah, I'll disable the extension. I only have it as like a temporary thing. Because I want to set up proper closed captions. That is way too fucking funny. Oh, I'm well aware that they're accurate, but if they're showing up on other people's streams, yeah, I need to turn that off. Yeah, they're interdimensional closed captions. Sorry about that, Curtonium. That's fucking funny, man. How the hell did you figure out it was coming from me, though? There you go. They're fully removed. Cheers. Sorry about that. That's way too fucking funny, though. Way too goddamn funny. Also, if you guys don't know, Curtonium's one of the oldest mods that never shows up in this channel. You should go follow him. He plays a lot of Factorio and stuff. He's good people. First was GDQ, but it wasn't it, and then solved it for me. That's funny. I'm glad that you were able to figure out the problem, because that's way too funny. The Vessel of Artifice attacked the dread of harvesting of the immortality of gloom at Hell Clouds. That's a cool fucking name. Bastet led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Zor Palmfreeze. In the mid-spring of 260, the dwarf Bastet growled work. The inky drain of prairies outmatched the goblin Zor Palmfreeze, the cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Aimed to just beat the crap out of them. The entrancing smiths, led by trolls in Hellclouds, led by the dwarf Adamonka, clashed with two trolls, playing them. You see, here's the thing. Very big difference between implementing a modding API and what you said earlier specifically, which was making the game open source. One giant cave-toed leather shoe, oddly specific. A lead cage, iron shield, a silver dagger, and 2 beak dogs and 6 other beak dogs. But yeah, I was just going off of what you said, which was making the game open source. I'm totally fine with them making a modding API. I think they should do a modding API, especially with this Steam version of Dwarf Fortress. I'd love to see something like that. That being said, I do not want the game to be open source. I want Tarn to have full control over it. I do indeed keep... my dwarves keep stealing their lead cages. I'm just simply telling them to go steal shit. I have no say over what they steal. Simply telling them to go steal stuff. Frankly, I kind of wish they wouldn't steal the lead cages because those are freaking heavy. War Merchant, how many kills do you have? 24 other kills. Most of them in Crypt Abbey. You bet some goblin leadsmith. I feel bad for those goblins having so much lead. See how Gibbs is doing. Sorry, Ryan. Ryan is like incapable of staying alive for very long. Kind of sucks. Okay, so he's like immobilized. Or she's like immobile. Shaken after suffering a major injury. Bitter to be wearing old clothes. Actually. 375 cloth. A lot of silk cloth. Okay. Let's make a bunch of clothes. What do you need? Loincloth. Well, you shouldn't be wearing a loincloth. That's very goblin-y. Not very dwarf. Please let that rot off your body. Cave spider silk socks and shoes. Here's the question. Did we destroy it? Aha! We destroyed Hellclouds. It's off the map. Excellent. Off to this one. We're going to attempt to fend off the goblins a little bit. There they go. Back out. Goes War Merchant. Ask Ted, how many kills do you have? 19 other kills, 10 notable. Most of them in Crypt Abbey. A bunch of them in Hellclouds. Good luck, Bastet. The rest of the military. How can people be so glum? Doesn't feel anything seeing a troll's dead body. It's good, Cyril. Well, this depressed dwarf. Who's wielding a silver scimitar. That's actually badass. 7 other kills? Uneasy after seeing a dead body. I am separated from almost Raspels. I cannot give in to sadness. Vesh. Afraid, reliving, experiencing trauma, but satisfied upon learning the ways of the sword. Looking for another... Ah, there you go. Kaiser! Chaos Kaiser. There's nothing so important that is worth telling a lie. Thoughtful thoughts, my friends. Look at all the elk birds. Holy shiz. So many elk birds down there. Wait, what? You don't have a manager's office? I swear to God I gave you a manager's office. Oh, I guess not. Well, now you have a manager's office. Also, brew drink from plant, 100. Brew drink from fruit, 50. I think we're still harvesting fruit. Really curious to see what the dwarves return with next. Kind of sucks because like it's not like we're gonna get any artifacts or any places that we're. A bunch of cabinets, actually. Seeing a bunch of dwarven bedrooms that don't actually have cabinets in them. There's just clothing being plopped everywhere. Kind of willy-nilly, actually. Totally forgot I had this lower cavern layer down here. Or not cavern layer, storage layer. Forgot this was here. Oops. It looks like dwarves are reloading traps. Kind of en masse. Not a lot of reloaded traps yet, but they're working on it. Here they're back. Let's see how many lead traps we stole this time. Dwarf Bastet led the attack with a cunning plan. Bastek growled work the inky drain of prairies, outmatched the goblin, Fari with a cunning plan. They had a strong positional advantage in Menispan. And we looted treasure. We didn't destroy it. But not bad. We'll take it anyway. One lead cage. There you go, Cooler. There's your lead cage. One pigtail tunic. A phalite cabinet. Pond grabber leather loincloth. Copper toy axe. Giant mole leather hood. Drathla leather water skin. Bismuth bronze shield. White stork leather bag. One giant mole leather trousers. Mudstone throne. One pigtail shoe. A spiked silver ball. One iron scourge. The hell's an iron scourge? One giant bat leather glove, one cave spider silk thread, and one troll fur rope, and lastly one troglodyte leather water skin. I don't know. That's why I'm asking. If anybody knows, 'cause I certainly don't. All right, let's head back out. I'm going to send the rum kickers to go fight Menace Fed because there's very few of them. We're gonna go openly attack them. 3 ends, 1 whip. Ah, sounds owie. Send you, raid them. You know, we'll also send Skunk Purge. We're going to send 2 squads to fight. Attempting to raise 2 separate goblin buildings. I'm going to put a dog right. Let's continue butchering these beak dogs. Because could you imagine beak dog wings? Such tastes. Actually, did they actually change the description of beak dogs? Because I know they're changing the description. Creature from the evil swamp. It resembles a squat wingless bird with a powerful beak and legs. Its blotchy skin is brightly colored. Okay, so they haven't actually updated the beak dog's coloring. But they're eventually just going to look like creatures from Tremors. Supposedly. Much to the dismay of many fans of beak dogs looking like lovebirds. Apparently they made them look like giant lovebirds because Zach, I think, that had a pet lovebird. So he wanted to have a giant lovebird in the game, and then they added actual lovebirds, and then added the ability for animals to be giant, so now they just straight up have giant lovebirds. Hey, Bambol, what the hell are you doing? You're meditating on fortresses. You're a very... very not particular... Oh, I see. Now you're no longer in the military. Go do the job that I need you to do. So how you doing today, Lump? How's your weekend been? It's just been lurking. I'm just trying to start chats. We started off with Legends today. We released a new today in Dwarf Fortress. And I'm only 400 views away from 1.1 million views on my channel. Man, time flies. Got back from a short camping trip? Yeah, how long was the camping trip? Just like 2 nights or something? That's kind of what I would call a short camping trip. Yeah, I know a shower after that is like 1. 2 nights? Gotcha. Oh, hey, first mission is back. Game is saving, though. Need ideas for projects for this fortress, chat. As I've started raiding the enemies, but I need ideas. Because kind of the long-term goal is I want this goblin to be the king of the dwarven civilization, right? Cool. The forces of the Coastal Guild rampage throughout Menace Fed. So we rampaged, stole a pigtail bag, a black bronze bars, a steel anvil. Ooh, that's actually valuable. A bronze pick. Good shit, guys. Some bronze chain leggings, a giant steel axe blade. Get all your dwarves to wear armor? That's not a project. That's T. I mean, like, project. Build X thing. Dig down to 3rd cavern. Do this thing. Build a temple in the lava. That's a project. Build the highest waterfall that you can. Vile Force of Darkness arrived. My dwarves are even inside yet. Where are these guys from? Steel shield, eh? Iron Mail shirt. I still don't have my side door locked, so we're gonna fight these guys. Seems to just be dwarves that are invading. No, okay, so I still have 2 squads that haven't come back yet. I have to claim that. It's a very small invasion squad, and I have my best squad here. I think we'll be okay, depending on which entrance they take. How's it going, Krabicus? We're under siege. Kind of an exciting day, although it's a very small siege. I've got 2 squads that are out invading, which might come back right as this siege starts. We're going after the wild boars for some reason. Seem to be ignoring the secondary door. I never really liked Spirited Away. I found that movie creepy when I was younger. Get into it afterwards. You know what? Let's just... go dwarves. Fast Tetson first. Jumps onto the first dwarf. Where's our invaders? Just send them out. Come on, dwarves. Go deal with these dwarfish invaders. Probably also from the Immortality of Gloom, who have taken over many. I do mean many. Dwarven settlements. So why is that dwarf all by himself? Where's the rest of them? Oh, you guys are all the way down here already? That's not good. That one dwarf's super dead, I think. I did, hot cup of tea. Well, nobody's died so far, so that's good. We are fighting with dwarves that work for goblins. I think it's kind of hard to tell who's our dwarves, but assuming I get no notifications of dead dwarves, that's generally pretty good. My axe lords seem to be cleaning up. There's literally only one Mark's dwarf left on the map, who's part of the invading force, and he's peacing out. Excellent. Theory, siege should be done once this Mark's dwarf is done chasing a wild boar. You'd think this guy would leave. Send my military in to deal with him. Glad you liked it, hot cup of tea. Those videos wouldn't exist if it wasn't for my supporters on Patreon. And I know that that sounds sellouty, but I wouldn't be able to justify the time. Why are you still trying to kill this wild boar? You dumb invader? Hey, board guy. This is a little goblin-raised Marks dwarf who's chasing a boar around. And I need my dwarves to go and kill him. I have no idea where my dwarves are. They're supposedly going to go kill him. So I guess they just don't know where on the map he is, and they're just like chasing him. Where is he even? I can't see. Oh, there he is, down on the bottom of the map. Kind of on the beach. Oh, there they go. And dead. Finally. From that peace-loving visionary of a dwarf. He's a wonderful little dwarf who just got immediately insta-gipped. Oh. Traders are here and we can't trade with them because they're all like, yo, you need to open the door. It's like, well, we were literally just under siege, guys. Come on. I mean, when I joke about selling out, it's mostly me running with the jokes of streamers selling out. I'm not actually serious about me selling out. Just to be clear, selling out would be, here, have giant Mountain Dew logo. I'm now sponsored by Red Bull. Not actually. That's selling out. Technically. Asking for crowdfunding is just simply reminding people that crowdfunding options exist, which is what keeps me funded. Crafts. Bone bolt. I have a lot of bone bolt. Have you slept today, Arch? Did you go to bed before I turned my stream on? I loved how offended Sui sounded when you were talking about how little he'd slept. She's like, holy shit, you haven't slept. Go to bed. Good man. As long as it's not over the top. I mean, still, that is the definition of selling out. Selling out is selling out to big company, which I kind of do, because I got paid to stream Total War Troy the other day. But ideally, in a perfect world, I would like to just get paid by my audience to stream. I don't really want to, and I've never really wanted to, get paid by my audience so that I can find other people to pay me to stream. That makes sense? It's like, I love the ideas of sponsorships, but in a perfect world, I would prefer to just be completely free of that shit and be crowdfunded. But unfortunately, I ain't no Mandalore Gaming, so can't really afford that. Mission report. Raise men's band. Yeah, they did. They also brought home spoils, so they must have done well. So, in the early summer, the Vessel of Artifice attacked the bloated poison in the seduction of confederations at Menace Band. The dwarf Zatan led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Iquo. The dwarf Zatan outmatched the goblin Iquo with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. I do it for creativity. I wouldn't quite say what I make is art. Cooler makes art, and I pay him for it. I just simply assemble some scenes and events from my streams and call it a video and hope people like it. And then some people do, and then a lot of people don't. And most people ignore it and don't know that it exists. And then I continue on with my day. I would kind of agree with that too. That's a pretty good way of putting it, actually. What is art? I don't know. I've had some people say that I'm an artist, and I wouldn't describe me as an artist. I would describe me as an entertainer, but entertainment could be considered a form of art. So I don't know. The thing that I don't like considering myself is just like what big companies would call myself. And I know a lot of streamers who I work with on a frequent basis who refer to themselves as this, which is content creator. And like using terminology like, oh, we need more activations in the audience, or like just referring to the stuff that they do on the daily as very corporate speaky, if that makes sense. And I don't like that because I'm old school when it comes to Twitch. Like I started streaming because I like streaming and because I like entertaining people and making people's day better. And you know, I work with some streamers directly who use that kind of terminology because they're very business focused. It's like, that's the goal. It's just make money, right? And I get that. I understand that. I will intentionally gimp my ability to make money to increase my integrity if I can. Because I'm smart. But, you know, spoils report. Dingo leather water skin. Gave spider silk rope. On grabber leather tunic. So if you'd like to fund this art, I have a Patreon where for $6.99 a month, you can get some custom sounds to use on the stream. Exclamation point, annoy me. Also, bucks a month on my Patreon gets you into the credits for my Today in Dwarf Fortress videos. No, I mean, that was me for years, Arch. Literally years. From, like, 2013 when I streamed for the very first time all the way through till midway through 2016 where I started cutting my hours back at my job. And even then, it took me until 2018 to actually quit the job, and I wasn't free of the job until 2019. So, and technically I still have side income. I do some work for my parents. So it's, even though I am full time, I still technically have extra income. Like, I'm not purely Twitch full. I just have very part-time work where I work for the family business, which basically doesn't count. No, blood slipped into depression. I need to replace blood as my broker, and this makes me sad. You have decent orders? No way in hell that is only considered decent. There you go, that fixed. Didn't like the fact that his bedroom was also didn't like the fact that his bedroom was also his tomb. Why? I wonder why. But yeah, no, that was me for years. And I think a lot of people go into streaming now going, I'm going to do this and I'm going to make money. They set everything up from the beginning to make money. And I respect the ever-living hell out of that. You know, you do your hustle. This was a hobby for me. It was a hobby for me for a really long time. So I will do this my way as long as possible, with as few sponsorships as I can afford. But I'll take them when they come, especially if they're games that I'm interested in playing anyway. This is why I did the one for Total War, because I was going to stream Total War anyway. One of the funniest sponsorships I ever accepted was I was streaming Phoenix Point. I had like, I think 200 people watching, because it was really close to Phoenix Point's launch. And I was enjoying the hell out of the game, having a lot of fun. And then I get an email saying that there was a bounty board available for Phoenix Point for an hour. And I was like, I'm already streaming that. So I literally just clicked the button and got paid to stream a game that I was already streaming. Maybe the funniest sponsorship I've ever done. Right? Exactly. Make their bedroom their own tomb. I mean, just leave the coffin. It's a legendary coffin. I'm sure they'll like being near the fine coffin. They just don't like to know that they will one day be buried in said coffin. I don't blame them, you know. I wouldn't like that either. To be completely honest, I wouldn't be super thrilled You miss streaming when you're not on? Wait, so you miss streaming when you're not streaming? You know, it's funny, Arch. And I'm very honest about my mental state when I'm streaming, and I talk about like daily difficulties and the daily struggle of being somebody who lives alone who also works from home, and just all that kind of shit. And it's funny because the only time that I'm genuinely happy with like no distractions and no shit going on in my head is when I'm streaming. It's the only time that I am genuinely happy. Which is weird. It's like, it's the only time that, like, nothing else is crossing my mind. It's the only time that, like, I'm not, like, lost in thought somewhere being worried about something. You know what, Squug? You can be our broker. I'm sure you'll do a great job being our broker. I mean, you'll basically be starting from scratch at that point, board guy, but fucking do it. Oh, only 2 weeks. Oh, you're lucky that it's only 2 weeks. I haven't left my house to go do anything except for purchase groceries since the 11th of August? No, the 11th of July. We're in August now. 11th of July. Yeah, was the last time I actually left my house to go do something. And before that was May 8th to May 11th because I was in a hospital. So, yeah, no, I understand the feeling. Not many people understand the struggle of having to work from home. Unfortunate. The thing that I don't like is that recently... Well, they have a bunch of instruments. I just want to buy books, though. Ooh, a bronze... I'll pick some picks. Bronze pick, iron pick. Bronze pick, iron pick. Like... The thing that hurts me is that I am at high risk. And there's a lot of anti-mask protesting going on here. There's a lot of that sort of stuff happening now. And we're getting more cases than we ever have before. Luckily, not as many hospitalizations. But it's still very much a... Well, that's a graph I don't like to see kind of situation. And I don't want to spend any more time in hospital this year. How's Kibbs doing? Apparently not good. Here's the thing. If my life goes the way I want it to, Hot Cup of Tea, I'll never have mouths to feed. Currently taking care of my parents' cat, which is... Camera's too dark. I can't really go around my couch. But that's... I just... A cat's enough for me. Even then, that's... I like taking care of him for a day or two. Anything more than that, What do you do for a living, if I can ask, Hot Cup of Tea? Because I'll say this, right? this is kind of my outlook on life. Work is a give and take thing, right? Any job is a give and take thing. You have two currencies in life, money and time. Work takes time, gives you money in exchange for that time. It's all a matter of finding a job that takes an amount of time that you're willing to give up in exchange for an amount of money that you're willing to take for that time. So as long as you still have enough time around that, the money that you're getting paid, enjoy your life, you're doing okay. And as long as you have enough money, function outside of that time, good, pretty much. But the thought that you have saying trying to get into a creative career, this was never a career desire for me when I started. And this is something that a lot of people, I think, misinterpret. I didn't go into streaming to make a living streaming. I didn't. That wasn't the goal. My plan that I had at one point, I wanted to go to school, I wanted to go study, I wanted to go learn something. And I go get a real career, a real job. Backup idea was like, well, maybe I could go take a couple community management courses and some like product management courses and get into community development and the games industry. That was kind of like one of my two plans. Streaming existed purely as a method of keeping myself sane when I was working night shift, because it gave me a social outlet that I didn't have access to otherwise. It was the only thing that kept me sane. I didn't force this. I didn't go into this trying to make it into a career. I didn't go into this attempting to make it into a career. It just kind of happened. But the way you're wording it is, you say that you wanted to do something creative before you had mouths to feed. Okay, fair enough. But then you also mentioned that I'm doing it. I'm doing a job that you would want. And other people are maybe thinking of getting into it. People shouldn't think about streaming as something to do for a living. And there's a lot of people that do. Way too many people that do. They go into this, they immediately set up all the tips, they immediately have a dozen goals, and they make a very small amount of money for a very long time and drop off and give because it's not what they enjoy. I streamed for a year before I made 10 bucks. Because when I started, there was no way to make money on Twitch unless you were a partner. I streamed to nobody for a year, basically. Every single day of the week. And now everybody just goes into this with the intention of making it, or a large number of people. Why so many channels fail? It's a good life, so hands-on crafting. Want to do will come later. You didn't realize you wanted to do all these things until later in life. Fair. I mean, I know a guy named RNG Strategist, right? He streams 1 day a week, Saturdays. Streams Dwarf Fortress, usually. Sometimes he'll play random other things in the evenings throughout the week. And he has 30 people who tune in. You can stream purely as a hobby without the goal of making a living doing it, just as a form of venting. Just as a form of socializing, just as a form of interacting with a community that you love. You can create YouTube videos for the love of it. You can make stuff. You can build stuff. You can do many things that are creative. You know, I know a YouTuber who literally all he does is once every week or so, he'll sit cross-legged on the floor in his living room and show off records that he's been listening to recently. He has a very large record collection. He's had a very large record collection since the 70s. And he's just like this dad. Sometimes his son helps him film the videos. Sometimes he doesn't. It's really funny because every now and again I'll see him with Fine Sauce shirts on, and it's like, huh, you watch my friends. And he just talks about records. He has like 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. He's been doing it for like 7 years. Just once every other week or so, he'll just sit down and talk for 40 minutes about records. You can make something creative, and it doesn't take you that much time. Just don't expect many people to watch initially. Sorry, that was just a little rant. But just realize I did this as a method of keeping myself sane for years. The first year, I streamed like maybe an hour a day. Maybe. I played games nobody gives a shit about. And I found small subreddits that let me post my streams and slowly developed a name for myself. And over the years, eventually just stuff started to slowly work. So you don't need to look at what I'm doing and say, that guy, want to be like that guy. Because just realize that financially, I was more successful when I was. There are certain types of games where, uh-oh. Are you friendly? It's a peasant's mutilated corpse. I'm gonna go with no. You are not friendly. Get everybody underground. Yeah, that is not friendly, and it's beating the crap out of Racket. Or trying to. Ugh, he's just punching him. Come on. Also, I've got a child that was taken by a Fey mood, and we killed. Okay, come on. Roll back down. I wish you could do it with just streaming in mind, but at the same time I can't. As you said, any job takes time, gives you money, so the streaming every day of the week. That's the problem, is you're thinking of streaming as a job. Okay? Right? That's the problem. And this was the problem that I had with the affiliate program the second it launched. And a lot of people disagreed with me, even though I was in the perfect position for the affiliate program. Streaming is not a job. Streaming is a hobby. Streaming can become a business, but so can a lot of hobbies, you know? There's a lot of people that paint model kits. There's a lot of people that paint Warhammer. There's not a lot of people that get paid to paint model kits and paint Warhammer. There are a few. I know a guy who gets paid a good amount of money to paint Gundams for people. Build Gundams and paint them. He gets paid up by the hour, and he charges like $200-$300 a kit, but he does an amazing job. He'll even build them a diorama for him, right? It takes him a week to do one, but he'll do it, right? And it's a side job for him. He has a main job, but that's his side job. Don't look at streaming as a business. This is the problem with so many small channels, is they go in, they get pressured by their audience, or they do it themselves out of willingness. They sign up for the affiliate program, and then regardless of whether or not you think of it as one, it's a job. And it's a job that you realize very quickly that you're making 14 pennies a stream, maybe, right? Don't stream as a job. It's a hobby. So there's jobs, right, which takes time and gives you money. And then there's a hobby, which takes your time, but you do it purely because you enjoy it. I streamed as a hobby because I enjoyed it. And I was one of the lucky ones, and I'm still one of the really lucky ones, where I loved doing this. And I loved doing it so much that it became a job. People wanted it to become a job for me because they wanted me around more. And eventually it just worked out that way. It took me 6 years of having the best hobby of my life to make it affordable to live. Technically 4, because then at that point I tried. First 2 years, it certainly wasn't profitable. Only like in the last year and a half have I actually started making mostly what I was making previously at other jobs. And that's streaming combined with my other work that I do 1 day a week. But that's the problem, is you were thinking of it as a second job. A hobby, you can just do it if you feel like doing it, and not do it if you don't feel like doing it. A hobby is something you do for yourself for enjoyment. But the second other people are paying you to do the thing, it becomes a job subconsciously, whether you want it to be or not. That makes perfect sense why it would be. Because you weren't thinking of it as a hobby. That's the problem with you. Why people shouldn't sign. Unless they are willing and able to put that wall in between what is a job and what is a hobby. Otherwise, you'll subconsciously start thinking of it as a job, and it'll skew your priorities, and you'll hurt yourself and burn yourself out. Because I fully understand that. Fully get it. I burnt myself out many times. Because I had that problem. All right, let's see. Is Rackent going to be okay? It's currently... Oh, never mind. For a second there, I thought that Reliant 12 was meditating on death, but no, that was Adam right above him. This dwarf had the shit kicked out of him by a zombie. Are there other zombies on the map, or is it just the one? Tyrelak, what up, dude? Sorry for all the rants, chat, but you guys are hitting me with topics that I'm passionate about. Three-day walk in the woods with family. That sounds lovely. Hopefully you didn't get too lost. Wish I could go on a 3-day walk in the woods. I'm more of a 1-day walk in the woods kind of guy. No, exactly. Like, and it's funny because like I talked to my cousin about this when he started streaming. His streams are great. They really, really are. I already see him talking about numbers, stats, averages, follow counts. And like, I was watching him the other day, and you know, he had 15 people watching his stream. He was playing Factorio, and his chat was kind of on the lurky side, right? Like, there was someone talking maybe every 10 minutes, which isn't bad for someone with 15 viewers, right? And I have this problem too, where like, I get upset when the chat is lurky, but I try my best to like, not worry about it and just keep talking. And I saw him comment on it. Like, maybe I should just end early because chat's really cool. I'm just sitting there going like, don't worry about it. You're still working on learning how to stream. Nothing fun was open, so you just kept walking? So you went on like a trip? Like, what? Well, regardless, I hope it was a good like weekend vacation thing. We'll see you later. Bye. But yeah, no, that's the thing though, board guys. The literal second you sign that paperwork, it becomes a hobby. Everybody should be training here. Oh, I see. Iron Bullism. There we go. Went out into the woods for a few days. That sounds lovely. Or it sounds like it could be lovely. Sweet. My bookkeeper is melting metal objects. I really hope that you're happier. Satisfied at work. Well, that's good. Okay, so there's a child in a strange mood. We should follow you. Yeah, no, I always encourage people. It's like, if you want to get into streaming, get into streaming. Most certainly get into streaming. But it's a hobby. And treat it like any other hobby. Treat it like playing Warhammer or Magic. Treat it like playing D&D. Treat it like building Lego kits. Treat it like building models. Treat it like working on your car. Treat it like watching sports or playing sports. And it's no different, and should be no different. Such a small percentage of people actually make money doing this. I mean, lots of people make money doing this, but such a small percentage of people actually make an even remotely livable sum of money. Like, I know a few channels that just, like, I've never signed the affiliate contract, and I got so much respect. Because they're truly doing it as a hobby. And it's like, man, get it. But they don't warn you about that. They just want you to never actually make enough money to get a payout and then sit on that money forever. Granite and Granite. Piece of claystone, Beak Dog Bones X2, rough crystal barrels, cave spider silk cloth, round lime wood logs, jute cloth, and avocado wood log. You know, I tell people, it's like, if you have enough of a community that on day one, you can get a payout. The day you turn on affiliate, that you will get the payout. If you have enough of an audience that you can do that, then by all means, sign the affiliate contract and go for it. Interesting. There was an artifact axe outside. Board Guy, welcome back. Thanks for the Prime subscription. Guys, can I get a round of beers in chat for Board Guy on the Prime subscription? Just realize, right? At the end of the day, what I do might look glamorous. Right? Might look really cool. It might look exciting. It might seem like what I do is easy, and it might appear at times that I have a huge amount of support and a massive audience. What you don't see is the behind the scenes of all of it. You don't know how long it took me to do this. The number of hours I put in get to the point where it's remotely. Just want to stream. Stream is a hobby. Don't let anybody ruin that. Less alone Twitch. And don't fucking stream on DLive. Go make YouTube videos. There's plenty of things that you can do that are creative. That being said, another thing that was brought up earlier, it's like, if you have children, though, then you have to figure out some way of, you know, working with your family and taking care of people, and that's a whole nother bag of worms that I cannot give advice on. Mobilizing brakes. We got so many splints. I really hope that Reliant's okay after all this. Satisfied after receiving food, content after putting on a finely crafted item. And I think that is the same thing that gets more people in. Something different, something that gets you out of the daily routine. Totally. Until it actually becomes a routine. And that's the problem, is so many people feel pressured to make it a routine, because so many people see the advice of, oh, set a schedule, focus on growing an audience, look at your stats. No, just fucking stream when you feel like it, and have some fun with the buds like Hobo does. What? I'm confused, Cooler, but okay. Ah! Morning, you liked the monologue. I think I'm streaming from time to time. The things you say and some other streamers do really bring you good insight into the thing. Also, the first time I say good morning, it's actually morning where you're at. But it's got to be pretty early where you're at, I would assume. Odom, the dwarven child, has created Mistar Tugolzol, Buthoth, a granite mini forge, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Tholtig Hendelels. It's funny because it's a child that made it, so a child just made himself a toy. 39,600. How are you related to that dwarf? I should check that. I guess just realize this, right? I can afford to do this because I don't own a car, because I live in a small apartment, because I don't have any expensive hobbies outside of musical equipment, which is recent and not that expensive of a hobby in the grand scheme of things. And because I don't really go anywhere or do anything. I haven't been on a vacation where I've traveled outside of a convention since 2011? Yeah, I think around that point. The only things I really spend money on are nice quality food and beer. And records. I mean, here's the thing. I go to work every day. Okay. This is another misconception that you keep throwing out. I'm working right now. I don't have to go anywhere. I never leave. Literally. I never leave work. I'm always working. Remember how earlier I was talking about jobs give you two things? Or it's a give and take thing, right? You give your job time in exchange for money. The problem that my job has, and Krug Smash actually talked about this in a recent video that he put out, I don't have any time left. Because all of my time goes to job. What's your question, Pi? Are games I buy tax deductible? Yes. If I talk about them, promote them, or stream them. I just learned. What? How did I click this and it went back? I clicked something in this screen. Or 3 or 5. Yeah, you've talked about this before. Cooler can't stream because he's too busy watching streams. Like, there was one time Cooler was streaming and I was hanging out in his chat, and then I turned my stream on. He immediately raided me. I was like, what? Why don't you just keep streaming? He's like, oh, I want to watch you. Okay. I understand you were just saying that besides having to actually leave work, not much. Sure. But just realize that trying to figure out a way to word this without sounding incredibly ungrateful. Grateful. I wish I had to go somewhere for. Imagine you lived at your job. And this is like, there's parts about working from home that are amazing. You know, I can just get up and go make myself a cup of coffee and sit back down. Working. I could go take a nap in the middle of the day. But I also end up working 12 to 14 hours a day. And as many people are learning right now, working from home certainly has benefits and certainly has positives and is an enviable situation for a lot of people. What people don't realize is that that can be incredibly mentally taxing. Like, mentally, it's hard. Well, I mean, I'm, as a type 1 diabetic, I have to eat on a strict schedule, so I do always have lunch break. Well, here's the thing, right? I'll turn on shit cam for a second. That's my couch. This is me working. This is me watching TV after work. With Discord still open, still halfway working. Still paying attention to social media. Still checking stats. Sometimes I'll, like, for a good example is last week I finished streaming and then immediately edited that Today in Dwarf Fortress video for another 4 hours. I streamed for 9.5 hours that day. Got up, made dinner, came back, sat down, and edited a video all night. Basically, until like midnight when the video was done. And I went to bed. When I woke up, I was awake for 40 minutes, made breakfast, sat down, started streaming. I literally can't say the word stats without getting that kind of response from you, Cooler. I'm gonna statistically comment that I literally just need to say the word stats. And you accuse me of... Anyway, this is a granite mini forge. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with rectangular granite cabochons and decorated with big dog bone. On the item is an image of a table-cut gem in granite. On the item is an image of 2 demon rats in claystone. On the item is an image of tapered cut combat steel shield. A tapered combat steel shield. What's a combat steel shield? And crystal barrel. Crystal barrel? I don't even know how to say that. On the item is an image of a tapered baguette cut gem in round lime wood. On the item is an image of a boogeyman in jute. I like that this child just made a toy for himself. That's adorable. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time, you know? And I've been through a lot of the problems that I see a lot of channels going through. And I'm one of the fortunate ones where I'm still here. You know, it's gotta be like a, what is it, a split breastplate? Can I even make those? Nope. Interesting. Got an elven poet that is tantruming. Yeah, an elven poet that is tantruming. Hasn't hurt anybody yet. Good. Right, I was gonna go fight that forgotten beast. If it's still down there. Link shield? Yeah, probably. Our modifiers to default items, they just happen occasionally. Get those more often. Oh. I didn't know that. But I guess at the end of the day, the life goal for many people is to have full control over their life and have a job that could be considered a dream, right? Or have enough control over their life that you can say, I want to do this thing, and then be able to go do that living. That's the dream for many people. And I think people see me as an example of success in that. And I'm incredibly flattered by that. But I think what people need to realize is that I might not be as good of an example of that as you think. Because while I am able to do this for a living, it ain't all beautiful. You'll be around later. Alrighty, audio. We'll see you later, dude. It's not all perfect. It's not all roses and dandelions. Not just stay home and play video games all the time. Not quite that. You know, I often go back to this one, but I know somebody who was sent a suicide note by a viewer. There's a lot of weird mental pressures that you get as a student. Without having to work much while still being able to have enough money to live a normal life. Well, I haven't achieved that yet. Right? Because I have hobbies. But in order to make a living, I have to make money doing all of my hobbies. Right? Got a dwarf starting a fist fight up here. Oh no, goes after the military. That's not smart. I work about 260 hours a month. About that. That's time spent editing, filming, streaming, managing Twitter, managing Discord. I need more chains. No, it's achievable. But the only way for that to really be achievable is to be an investor. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Make room. By justice. Enjoy your board games. Sorry about all the rants. Or change your standard of living. Yeah, that's also totally an option, which is why I have a really low requirement for what I need, right? Like, I hear people talking about, oh, I just bought a house, and my immediate gut reaction is, oh God, I feel so bad. Doesn't matter their life situation. You know, I know some people who will literally die of depression if they don't spend at least 2 weeks in the tropics a year. I know people who have an apartment that they can barely afford because it's nice and big and go retail therapy shopping all the time and complain that they don't have any money and can't afford anything. And then complain that they have to work so much to afford their hobbies. And I look at that and I go, okay, so you work how much? Okay. Do you enjoy your job? No. Okay. So you compensate for not enjoying your job by putting a wildly large amount of money into other things to forget that you hate your job. But then you insist that you need that job in order to happy because you need all those things. That's a bad feedback loop. So the feedback loop that you started is you hate your job, right? And so because you hate your job, you spend money on all these things. Exactly. And then I think you guys understand, right? So I was in that position. I hated my job. But I convinced myself I needed to keep that job because me and my ex were saving money to put her into school because she knew what she wanted to do. And what she wanted to do was irrelevant. But she knew what she wanted to do for a living and what she wanted to make her career out of. I had no idea. So I kept that shit-tier job to help her save money to go to school. But she also had a crappy job that she hated. So she spent most of her money for years. And it kept me in that job until eventually I just kind of said, fuck it, and quit that job. Luckily, I did that at a point where I felt I didn't need that money because I had enough support from her, right? Which got me to the point where I'm able to do this now full time, right around the time she dumped me. Because I wasn't spending any time with her. Now, if you, I can think about that in the, well, that's my fault. I neglected to spend time with her. But at the same time, part of my reasoning for quitting that job is I actually wanted to spend more time with her because I was able to do this for a living. So it's like people build these shitty cycles for themselves, insisting that they need X thing, or they need Y thing, or they need X amount of thing that they need in order to be satisfied with their life so that they can justify the job that they hate, which is awful. But unfortunately, it's fucking capitalism. This is like the least Dwarf Fortress-y Dwarf Fortress stream I've done in a while. Apologies to those of you watching this on YouTube because you don't have the chat log. Yeah, no, indeed. Ryzen Kempfer. Oh god, she totally could have. She totally could have. And I tried to get her to do that for years. But, you know, I don't really want to get into the coulda, woulda, shoulda. I'm making another prison cell because I need one more in order to make my captain of the guard happy. What's that rope made out of? It's bright bloody well red. It's cotton. Must have been dyed cotton. And that's the problem. It's like there was a pretty recent poll that went through, which is something like 80% of people who live in North America don't have $100 in their savings account. What? Which blows my mind. And it's like, well, they're living on credit and they're living month to month because people's standards of living are higher than they need to be. Blackbird, I have a hunch. I have a feeling it'll be out by the end of the year. But do I have an actual release date for you? Absolutely not. I mean, I have the same information you do. But based on the speed at which Taran's been moving and what he said at PAX, which is public, he said it during panels, I believe it'll be out by the end of the year. There we go. I should have enough prison case. Yay, there we go. 10 of 10. Perfect. My captain of the guard will be happy. But, like, one of the reasons, and this is going to make me either sound like an idiot or a genius, depending on your point of view. I never went to school. Could I have gone to school? Absolutely. But I didn't. The reason I didn't was because I was a skinny white kid who had no idea what the heck he wanted to do with his life, who was not really pressured into going to school by anybody, who was originally going to have his school paid for by his parents. Unfortunately, all of that money got spent on my parents' retraining, and my parents putting my little sister into university for violin, which is fine. I had no idea what I wanted to do. I had a few ideas, but no rock-solid ideas. And the main thing that kept me away from going to school was I was scared shitless of debt. Absolutely shitless. So I kind of had this, like, one of two options. It's like I could either take out a loan and go to university and have student loans and potentially a job I hate, or continue just kind of putzing along in a job I don't like, doing hobbies that I like and kind of working around that, and still have a lot of freedom. And I've just kept that going. What's up, Blood Angel? Your dwarf's still alive, and I'm trying to resurrect him. I was our manager for a very long time until he started tantruming, and he's haggard due to tremendous stresses placed on him. He's wearing a lot of rings, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rings, in fact. And currently you're just melting metal objects because I had to take away all of your fancy jobs to hopefully keep you sane.
Going on a short vacation. Baikal Lake is the goal. Was envious of your hike. Need some nature.
Hey, man, you have a good trip. Wait, when are you back, if I can ask? You're full of pizza? Whoa. That sounds good. I could use some pizza. I mean, I worked that job for 8 years. Want to talk about being in... Like, I worked a night shift, dead-end job at McDonald's for... $8 years. Oh, so you got pizza and more pizza. That sounds wonderful, actually. And thanks for the $1. The biggest trap people get into is grass is always greener somewhere else. I think that the trap that people fall into is punching up, right? And this was actually said on a podcast relatively recent, a comedy podcast that I listened to, where they don't really generally talk about anything particularly serious. That lever's probably done. Yes, it is. We'll call this Middle Tavern, because I will forget. And hook it up to that bridge. Anyway, it's a comedy podcast that I listened to. And what they had to say was, one of the biggest problem with people right now is they all think, and all is generalizing them. Everybody thinks, I will be rich one day. Nobody thinks I'm never going to be rich one day. Everybody has that dream of being rich. And everybody looks at people like Elon Musk. And, I mean, I do this too. And insert rich person here, Warren Buffett. I don't know. Fucking Keanu Reeves. Everybody looks at rich people and go, I'm going to be that one day. Nobody looks at people that have nothing and say, I'm going to be that one day. So you have to, like, realize that you're not going to be rich, ever, and live accordingly, rather than thinking and imagining about being rich and living accordingly. Does that make sense? You could be like my uncle and be $100,000 in debt because you live off of credit cards, even though he probably makes more than anybody else in my family. But he's extremely far in debt. He looks wealthy. He's got massive campers. He's got dirt bikes, quads. I think he has a boat, multiple trucks, a nice house. But he's, technically, I'm more wealthy than you. And that doesn't make sense. But a lot of people think that they need that. And the moment you start thinking, I don't need that. All I need is enough. This switch flipped in my brain when I realized that about 5 years ago. And my direction in life just completely fucking changed. You should do that, Blood Angel. Yes, but there's futile dreams, right? Like, yes, you can dream, but dream and don't expect it, you know? Can't think of many jobs where you have to deal with the fact that you might die doing it. Like outside of police work, firefighting, like things like logging, jobs with any kind of like, I mean, construction. You might die building a house. Someone could just drop a brick off the 14th floor and it'll hit you in the head. I mean, there's lots of jobs that are dangerous where you could think I might die. You could die driving to any job, and I could die sitting here because of a blood clot in my leg. Also, I've got another dwarf who's tantruming again. I've got a cat that won't. This little fucker. I'll be back in a second.
Cheese for everyone!
I fail to see your point, Blackbird. All right. Wonder if they've connected that lever yet. Yeah, looks like it. I mean, I know one person off the top of my head who went into nursing because he wanted to help people. He hates his job. Okay, now I have to open this up, and we're going to fight this Forgotten Beast. Who's that? War Merchant's piecing out. Okay, bye, War Merchant. I don't know. I fail to see how, talking about how a lot of people don't know what it's like to go to a job where you know you could die at it. I'm not sure how that's relevant to the conversation. Okay, so that dwarf is back upstairs. Lock all the dwarves underground. Shut up. Oh, nope. Shut off all standing orders. Jump up here. Tell somebody to go pull that lever. And then jump back down to my dwarf. Sounds like you need a change of scenery. I think anybody could die at any job at any point, so. Unless you're like shooting at people on the daily in the military, I don't see how that's relevant. I mean, I could just go to sleep, my blood sugar could go low, and I'll never wake up. Did you come in the middle of the conversation? Because I don't think you understood or understand the initial discussion of what we were talking about. Oh, here comes the Forgotten Beast. Oh, there it is. So it's combo. Whoa! An enormous feathered six-legged squirrel that belches and croaks and has purple up feathers that are long and broad. Beware its poisonous gas. Yeah, exactly. It's like, not exactly what we were discussing. I don't know. Okay, so they got the kill. Nobody's dead from the looks of things. I almost died this year. Because of illness. It's fantastic. Okay, all the dwarves run upstairs. Oh, jeez. Melville. Poor body. What happened to you? Might have been a previous injury. Okay, now let's jump up here. Pull this lever again. Your poisonous gas from Pizza Hut. I'm very wary of your poisonous gas from Pizza Hut. Uh, 108 currently. Now the dwarves are free to go back to what they were doing. Diagnosing patients. A bunch of them are actually... Good thing we have soap. Poisonous gases are rough. I almost died because of a cyst in my temple a couple of years. It was fun. Cooler has a pretty amazing way of almost dying. She's talked about before. Funny in hindsight, right? My pancreas just tried to kill me. I mean, I almost died choking on a piece of orange. My friend Thomas did Heimlich maneuver on me, and it hit my other friend in the face. Actually, I don't know if I almost died, but I certainly almost choked to death on an orange. Oh, wait. Okay, all the dwarves seem to just kind of go get a shower, and now they're all out of the hospital, which is good. Cooler's thing was a long time ago, though. And it's amazing that he's still alive. Dum, dum. I already answered that question. I have 108 dwarf. 108. It's like a therapy session. All my streams are kind of therapy sessions to an extent. But just realize no job is perfect. No matter how much you fucking love what you do. Like, ooh, the outpost liaison has arrived. An example. I explain this. Sometimes I just want to escape from everything. You know, like I stream full time, right? There are days where like I just sit there and realize that there are hundreds of people listening to my voice right now, and I'm not even lying. I just want to vanish. They would do it even when they do not have to do it? Yeah, but is that worth it, though? And here's a very good example of that. Here's the thing. You might love your job right now. You might not want to do anything else. It's the only thing that you care about. The only reason you have to live, the only thing that you do is your work. And you do that forever. That's all that you do. Love it. Even when they don't pay you, maybe you work salary, you still show up and you still do the overtime. Then you lose a family member. And you wish you spent more time with them. There's a lot of people out there like that. that love their job. And that's the only thing they care about is their job, their work. And then something happens. And they regret it. Me personally, I love my job. And I wouldn't want to change this job for literally anything. And then I realized that my ex left me. And it's been almost a year. Still fucking regret it. Because I look at every single thing that went wrong and see where I could have fixed it. And all of those things could have been fixed by me not working as much. Did I see it happening at the time? No. Do I regret it? Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck. And there's other examples of that, of things that I've done, where I look at what I've done in the past and gone, man, I ruined a friendship with that person. Why? Because I didn't talk to them for months. Years. Or, oh, I lost contact with all of these people. At least it was just an ex-girlfriend and not a family member who I'm related to. What I was just saying that in response to what Board Guy said with his, well, sometimes people love their jobs so much that they don't do anything else. And that's true. There are some people who love their jobs so much that they don't do anything else. But that might not be the case in 20. Maybe that person says they love their job and wouldn't want to do anything else because they have problems at home. And they don't want to go outside. They don't want to see their family. They don't want to be around their partner. They don't want to see those people. Maybe there's something else going on there that they're not telling you. On the outside, they give the appearance of being perfectly happy, put together, and love their work and don't want to do anything else. Perhaps they're using it to block something out. And that's not healthy. All right, we need to set up something to actually trade with these guys. We're making many valuable meals. Just gonna sell them a bunch of food pots. And let's also sell them some meat. Because I've got so much meat. And also, because I'm doing all that, rock pot. Let's just make a bunch of rock pots. Apparently they're not making bone bolts. Weird. Probably have no access to bones. Other than self-gratification and work. Sure. A Hall of Waves, a Grand Guild Hall. A Grand Guild Hall? I thought I already had a Farmer's Guild Hall. They want a bigger one? Guess not. Well, interesting. Huh. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Yeah, this is my Farmer's Guild Hall right here. They want it nicer. Fascinating. Well. We'll put some artifacts in here. The guild grew. Yeah, it certainly has. Just like the farmer's plants. Big old fly buzzing around. Name is Duber Ossenol, your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. Goblin, there is much to share, so we're updating your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? What do I want? What do I want? Probably, honestly, still just iron and steel. Ask her a bunch of instruments. Try and get one of every instrument. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your craftsmanship. Craftsmanship? What? I guess because he's a goblin. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Well, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together, goblin. Interesting. It's like craftsmanship. All the rock pots. But yeah, no. Here's the thing, Blackbird. You can talk about systems like that. Doesn't make people think about it. You know, you can talk about that and make it mandatory and remind people that they need to do that. But at the end of the day, there are still many people that won't. Crafts cop ship, right? There's lots of people that will never listen, but they'll regret it later. Another example of this, actually, who's someone who you may know, is Krug Smash. Oh, he makes some of the highest quality Dwarf Fortress videos on the internet. He's one of the most talented YouTubers I've ever had the pleasure of speaking with. And actually made a video about how he doesn't want to regret this later in life. Because he's neglecting friends, he's neglecting relationships. He was overworking himself to a point where he knew he was going to regret. And it's like, I love what I do for a living, but my God, I already regret the time that I've put into it in some cases. Well, that already is hard to swallow. It's already kind of difficult to deal with. Even though I very much adore it. Hey, Flanker, thanks for raid. How was your stream today? What are you playing? You playing Troy? No, you're playing Borrow Trauma. How was Borrow Trauma? We'll see you now. Hello. It's a struggle. It totally is. How's the fortress? Fortress is pretty okay. We have a goblin in charge, and I'm about to trade with the mountain home. We are kind of stealthily trying to make a goblin the king of my dwarven faction. We'll see if I can pull that off. Might take a very long time. That's why I'm kind of playing slowly and not really going out of my way to really do a whole lot of things with this fort, is because getting royalty takes time. If you want to hear a little bit of history about this goblin, find it right there, as well as the bronze colossus that lives in this fort. Little lore video I put together a couple weeks ago. But yeah, that's what we're working on today. Feeling and trying to make this a very valuable fort, which is taking time. A lot of melting down clothing that comes from, well, not clothing, but armor that comes from the goblin invaders. You know, it's funny, Board Guy. There was a lot of people that in the last Like, because I've basically had this social isolation stuff, but it was self-inflicted, more or less, since roughly 2015. Because outside of, like, going to work and going to metal shows, I've never really had any heavy amounts of social interaction. It's just, I used to always think it was my personality, and it was not something I needed. But the moment that option is taken away from you, it's amazing how quickly you go nuts. And there's so many people that look at me now and go, I understand, Blind, but you were talking about... Because it's what I needed to do to get to this position. And it's funny. People all of a sudden be like, I understand now. Oh, I mean, we're trading. We're not going to murder them and take their resort because I don't want to upset the mountain home. Thank you so much for all of those anvils and the mule spleen. Delicious. Might as well buy some food off them because I'm selling them food. You know what? We'll buy fish because there really isn't any... We're not really doing any fishing up here, but... I understand now why your name is Board Guy. But like pre-pandemic, I used to be that guy that would get up super early and go sit in the coffee shop for an hour, just to have some ambient social activity. I used to go spend an hour in the pub in the evening and just have a single beer and not much else, just to have more ambient social activity. I used to go for walks in the mall just to have more ambient social activity. Now I can't do any of that. Doesn't help that I'm at risk. So it's one of those like, oh, if I get sick, I'm in the hospital. Whee! That was you morning breakfast after work? Mm-hmm. But now here's the question. What's keeping you at that job? Like, genuinely. What is the thing keeping you there? Is it lack of savings? Is it... Because you've said that you don't like that job. So what's keeping you there? What's stopping you from just saying, fuck it, throwing it out the window and going doing something else? Because, like, it's always easy to point at people who are success stories. But I know a dude who I know through Twitter who used to be someone who worked in, I guess, kind of Silicon Valley, but where he worked for a startup. Trade. Aban seems ecstatic with the trading. Excellent. He worked for a startup, right? He was a programmer, he worked for a startup, and he did this for several years. Now, he was offered a big promotion at this startup. Portion of the company, he would have gotten to move to San Francisco instead of working remotely from Vancouver, and was offered this opportunity a couple years ago. Said no. You want to know what he does now? Sold his apartment and his second apartment. Now he lives in Hawaii as a surfing coach. Yes, it's easy to like point at the success stories and be like, yes, this guy had a lot of money. He was doing well for himself, right? You know, he had enough money to buy 2 apartments. Actually, I think he might have been leasing. Anyway, he had 2 apartments. He had quite a lot of money. So it's easy to look at the success stories and be like, ah, well, obviously this guy had more money than me. So this person could, like, fuck it and completely upend their life and go do something else. So what's keeping you there? Is it the stability? Is it the lack of risk? I mean, right now I understand the need for stability, okay? We're in a pandemic. But, like, what's keeping you there? COVID made a lot of people lose their job. Made me lose half my income. I love those undead eels still attacking it. There's many, many people in a small place. Yeah, that makes sense. Fortunately. Need a leather helm. Let's chuck that granite mini forge in here. And that ring. Okay, number one, fuck the friends. Fuck them. As somebody who used to partially justify staying in a job that he hated because I like the people I work with. Fuck that shit. Just straight up, fuck that shit. Okay? Doesn't fucking matter if you like the people that you work. Fuck them. Fuck them. You can stay in contact with them. Doesn't matter if you screw them over at work. If a job is impacting your head, get the fuck out of it. Oh, exactly. Friends are lovely. There are lots of people that I used to consider myself friends with that I used to work with. And you know what? None of them put any effort into keeping in contact with me after I quit. Even though I put out those threads and gave people my phone number and like extended the lead to keep in contact with me. And I tried to keep in contact with some of them. Is it starting from scratch though? Is it starting from scratch? It's only starting from, okay. This kind of loops back to the previous discussion that we were having of a lot of people, in fact, a majority of people, go into life expecting to be rich one day. Is it starting from scratch when you haven't really lost anything? The only thing you've gained is improving your mental health, potentially. Right now, this is the worst time in the world ever to do that because we are in a pandemic. If you have work right now, fucking keep it and be thankful for it. But once a cure rolls around, once we have fixes for these problems, I know, but remember how earlier we were talking about people don't necessarily dream about streaming for a living, but the second they're making money from streaming, they treat it like a job? You say that you need stability, and you say that moving is starting from scratch. Is it? If you haven't necessarily, like, what have you lost? The time that you put into that job? Okay. What if you're using the lessons you learned from that job to move on to a different job? To move somewhere else? Move halfway across the country? Move to a different part of town? Change your scenery? Improve your mental health? Is that starting over? You know, I'm still in this apartment because I'm convincing myself that I need the stability of staying here. Reminds me of my ex all the time. Drives me nuts. I can't wait to get out of this apartment. Well, last I checked, COVID-19 isn't a flu virus. It's a cold virus, technically. So that's all I'm going to say. Would be a totally different a totally different profession. Okay, well then what's stopping you? Guild Hall agreement with the Hall of Waves has been satisfied. Excellent. Yeah, because we haven't needed one, Black. Also, last I checked, I don't have any brothers. I have 2 sisters. No brothers, though. Just sound like you're trying to be a pro wrestler. And you're giving me information I'm well aware of. And yes, there is no cure for it right now. Well, they better fucking keep working on it. They're going to. This ain't your normal fucking cold. Kavish is named a spear. I didn't realize I was still on the full screen. I looked down, I was like, ah, crap. I need to melt some of these freaking anvils. I got so many. Melt down those anvils. I get really agitated when I see people saying that there is no cure for COVID-19. Okay. And this is the new normal. Because that's, you might as well be saying, give up trying to protect yourself, give up being cautious, because all of our elderly are going to die. And all the people that are at risk are going to die. If you want to accept that reality, okay, cool. Fuck you. Fuck you. This is not the new normal. This is a temporary normal until they fix this. And that's what they're doing. Because otherwise, you're basically saying, Greg, guy behind camera that you're watching on stream, your type 1 diabetes is going to kill you when you catch this virus at some point in the spring next year. When everybody stops wearing masks and goes back to normal. You're going to die. And same to anybody with any kind of risk. This ain't the fucking new normal. Don't fucking say that anymore. And if you have that opinion, you're fucking wrong. Fuck off. I mean, culture will change. The way we interact is going to change. But what we're going through right now ain't the new fucking norm. And won't be the new fucking norm. Hopefully in a long time, Cooler. A long, long time. Yep, once we have a vaccine of slot. I don't want to set up wind power. I'm trying to decide what I want to do with it, though. I have this lovely thing up here. Do I have an undead forgotten beast running around in the basement? Ah, I do. Well, that's lovely. I thought we mangled it. Oh, I love resurrecting biomes. Ew. It wasn't that scary the first time. Oh, absolutely, board guy. I can't stand when people are saying, oh, this is the new normal. Because you might as well be saying, okay, the entire elderly population are going to die. Cool. That's a healthy way of looking at things. Yeah, apparently. I thought that we killed it already. Like, killed it dead enough, but I guess it's not. Oh, I mean, I don't think it'll ever vanish fully. But people giving up is always something that bothers me. People's willingness to just throw in the fucking towel, you know? That will always bother me. Go away, you dumb elk birds. Let's hack down these giant mushrooms. Time to make blacklists? I don't understand. Are you referencing something cooler? I may have missed this line here. Is that a Ruther? Oh, it's a giant rat. Now that I do want dead. I know. There's some things that people who watch this stream a lot will learn over time, and that's I don't like being told to give up. I don't like being told that, hey, this is just the thing that you get to deal with now. Don't you ever fucking tell me that. About anything. I think people give up as a form of defense. Board guy. Oh, this is a scary thing that I don't understand, that we don't understand right now. Well, best to just accept it and move on. And I'm sure that that's great if you have a body where if you get it, you'll just survive and move on. But if you are in a demographic where it's almost a death sentence, you'll feel differently. It's part of the flight or flight instincts that we have in us. Also, sorry about this whole conversation. This is fucking wildly off topic. But it's been good conversation, methinks. Well, what I don't like is when people say, oh, well, and there's certainly a group of people who believe this, which is, oh, we'll never beat this because the government is overblowing it or using it as an excuse to control us. Insert other problems here like that. And I think that's a real issue. Is the, oh, well, we'll never get over this because of fear of it not going a way that they like. You know, I was talking to a friend of mine who was saying that he was is also at high risk, and was talking about how scared he is, like, going out in public to do grocery shopping and shit. And I told him, well, maybe as a peace of mind thing, you should install the tracking app, which doesn't track you. It doesn't forward any of your personal information to the government. It doesn't do anything. Literally all it does is it sends out Bluetooth pings to their phones and keeps track of other phones walked past. And if that person who's connected to that phone gets diagnosed, then they go into the app and say, I tested positive in the app. And then it says, oh, 5 days ago, you were next to somebody who just tested positive. That's literally all it is. And I told him, like, maybe download it. He goes, oh, I don't want to be tracked. Okay. I haven't been near anybody within an amount of time that could be concerning. That gives me a lot of peace of mind. Man, these dwarves actually look like they're mining in a coordinated fashion. What is this madness? Kibbs has gone stark raving mad. Well, Rhinestone, if you're still lurking, you might be very happy right now. Because Kibbs is throwing his clothes off and going insane. It is exactly the same all around the world. This group of people and the group of people does not exist. Cheers, Friesen. Thanks for hanging out, friend. And dealing with the wild, all over the place, bizarre combos. Make a bunch of furnaces so we can hopefully melt this shit down faster. Anyway, once again, I apologize for the kind of wild topics. A few people today have just said things that have really kind of made me grind my gears a little bit. But overall, it's been a fun stream. Thanks everybody for hanging out so far. Let's send the dwarves back out and go hit another couple goblin settlements. 'Cause I want to hit this one. This one only has 20 people there. We're going to attempt to openly attack and destroy the site. We'll work on the lighting in here a little bit. Give me a sec. There we go. Now the lighting's a little bit better. See if I can tolerate the light, though. Luck, dwarves. Oh shit, we've got a ghost. Who is the ghost? Godin. Mark's dwarf. Is that one of mine? Or a Godin? Oh. Just make a slab for some Godin? Oh, apparently not. We're getting that fixed. I just love that we can have like mature conversations that like this that generally don't dissolve into shouting matches, you know? Not a lot of channels can do that. Although I think I probably pissed off at least 2 people today. But, you know. At least 2. That would be my assumption. At least 2. Erlac is making me leather bags. Wonder if those bags went, if any of those bags went to the feed stockpile. Yeah, they totally did. Yay. Although if I only piss off a few people, pretty good day, I think. I'm amazed that this dwarf is as sane as they are, all things considered. What the most popular religion? One worshipper of the Order of Persuading, gods of fortresses and war. Only one dwarf worships the heroic sect. 3 worshippers of the cult of violence, and 1 worshipper of the doctrine of mind. Several very popular deities like Dur roast slots. But like, I wonder what causes a dwarf to join a religion, because like, Dur roast slots has 47 worshippers in the fort. The cult of violence, however, which worships Dur roast slots, only has 3 worshippers. So why is there so many dwarves that are... Why are there so many dwarves worshiping that god, but at the same time, not part of the religion? I really wonder. In Dwarf Fortress. I made a fort dedicated to religion in Dwarf Fortress. I still kind of have no idea how this shit works. Also, we have Erdem, withdraws from society. You think most religions work that way? What, they're just there for the food? I mean, how's this? I want to know how religion works in Dwarf Fortress so that I can control it. Although you may have a point. I want Dwarf Fortress to be my fantasy, not reality, okay? Oh, sweet. A peasant goes into a Fey mood. Do you actually have any jobs? No, I don't know. I'm expecting it to be out before the end of the year. Because that's what they were aiming for when I spoke with them last. And nothing has really happened to slow that down. COVID doesn't really affect Dwarf Fortress development. Working remote and it's just Tarn and his brother living in their houses working on the game. So... I'm expecting it to be out by the end of the year. But, you know, time is subjective. Done when it's done. The gems. Is that brass? Brass or copper? Begins a mysterious construction. Marble, schist, granite, alpaca leather, pig leather, llama wool, fire opals, copper bars. A mission report. Interesting. We destroyed Menace Band. Another one bites the dust. Oh, also, something kind of interesting about this world. Let's see. Yes! Kobolds still have control. The Kobolds stole a castle. So shoutouts to the Kobolds for taking over a castle. From the humans. That's interesting though, cooler. Was that taken from the wiki? Oh, that's pretty good. All right. Who you playing as? Yeah. Oh, from your observations in adventure mode? Okay. Wow. 1 claystone throne, cave spider silk rope, halberd, 1 iron cap, 2 iron picks, 1 giant mulebone earring, 25 silver bolts, bismuth bronze toy axe, bat leather cloak. Makes you into a Batman if you wear it. Enormous silver corkscrew, giant cave swallow leather quiver, 1 ohm leather glove, a brass baru, bronze chain leggings, axe. They really like those toy axes. Are actually scared to fight your dudes? That's funny. Need that done now so we can get rid of that ghost. Agamemnon. Gotcha. Seemed to be the one that I saw the most people playing. Yeah, and he's also like kind of the first easy start that people see. Okay, so that's 2 goblin pits destroyed. Looking for ones with artifacts. Not that many. Goblins don't exactly make artifacts. What? Dark human pits. We have an alliance with them. They're ruthless. Fortress my life, before and after. Wait, hold on. Dark dwarven pits? Huh. Fighting with dark dwarf? Interesting. Go and raise that one. Head back out there, dwarf. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how easy starts are. You just have a better situation from the get-go instead of starting off in a crappy situation. Like, there really isn't any stupid hard starts in, Total War. It's just you could just kind of have to deal with the hand that's dealt to you, and it could be a trickier start in theory. Okay, why are none of my stonecrafters actually doing stonecraft? Erdem, a peasant, has created Ruth Lutz Shem, a marble amulet, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Tholteg Handeljels. It's worth 57,600. This is a marble amulet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval marble cabochons and round, brilliant cut crystal barrels, and studded with copper and encircled with bands of alpaca leather and copper. This object is adorned with hanging rings of granite and menaces with spikes of schist and pig leather, fire opal. And now you're a stonecrafter, so I'm going to put you onto stone detailing and stonecrafting. Can you please go? Okay, so slab is engraved. How come I don't see it? Somebody hauling it? There it is. Right after Hector, one of the Troy brothers, declared war on you. Oh, nice of him. And almost wiped them off the map. Also, that game's $45 now. Not a bad freebie, I'm not gonna lie. And the engraver cancels doing stuff. Reasons throwing a tantrum. Coupled something in my library as there's now books everywhere. Yep. Oh, hey. I was like, why are none of my keys working? Caps lock. All right, guys, on the topic of mental health and everything, and kind of rewinding back to everything that we've talked about today, I'm going to call it. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. It's Saturday. I'm going to go sit on Discord in a little bit and hang out with some people. Yeah, by people, I mean you guys out there. I'm going to end the stream a little early today and say a big thank you to everybody who hung out, because a whole lot of real talk today. So in about 35 to 40 minutes-ish after I've made dinner, I'm going to pop onto Discord, and if you wish to yell at me or call me a dum-dum or just hang out and be cool, you can do that. !Discord in the chat. I actually have no tea in the house.
Are you man enough for all this fucking tea?
I could make some more coffee, though. So if you want to hang out and chit-chat and yell at me, you can do that there. Thank you very much to everybody who cheered today, because there were a bunch of small cheers. As well as to Tonka for like the bits, as well as the tips today from B-Lug and Optics, and towards the record player fund. And thank you very much to everybody who resubbed today and everybody who hung out. If you want to support me directly, I have a Patreon. It can get you some perks on the stream and supports me more effectively than subscribing on Twitch. Although I do recommend subscribing on Twitch just because then you get ad-free viewing on Twitch. This morning I put up a new Today in Dwarf Fortress. Please go watch it if you haven't. videos don't get enough appreciation. I work hard on them. And Cooler draws some amazing art for them. And portions of the Patreon money goes towards paying Cooler to draw art for them. And he puts probably more hours into the art sometimes than I put into the videos. So, you know, we'll support him. Cooler's cool people. And yeah, I kind of want to play some Risk of Rain on Discord later tonight. So if people want to do that, maybe we'll just go fast and Trackmania or something. I don't know. But thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. You guys have been fantastic. Let's find somebody that we can host. Who's doing stuff tonight that's interesting? That would be fun to watch. Do I want to honk? Who's playing Dwarfs? With that. Yeah, I don't think you would appreciate a host though, Cooler. Let's host Peach Tea. Actually, I don't know who this J-Tonic person is, but they say backseat gaming is allowed. Got a decent camera. Let's go say hi to this guy, who I've never seen before, who's playing Dwarfs. This person. We'll go say hi to that person. Go backseat game them in Dwarf Fort. I'm sure they'll appreciate it. Have a good night, everyone.